Good afternoon, and it's time to continue our Hogwarts adventure. Good afternoon, and it's time. A bit of an unusual time for me today because this is technically a makeup stream. I was planning to do my classrooms this week, and my old chair collapsed after 2.5 years of being reliable. I bought a new chair yesterday and had to wait for it to get set up. So here we are in a new chair, same studio, and it's a comfortable chair, and I think I might like this one better. Maybe, we'll see. But this will be my first Lego session on the new chair, and actually my first time sitting at the computer in the new chair. And what better way than to continue our ongoing Lego Hogwarts project? Today we will be building the 3 add-on classroom sets, Charms, Potions, and Herbology. I'm not sure the exact order we'll be building the sets, but they're small enough I should be able to knock out all 3 before it's time to leave to go to Temple. So the Hogwarts, of course, as you know, is a school. That's its most important purpose. Yes, it's the site of adventures and all sorts of cool battles, but its main purpose is as a school. And so far, even though we've built so much of the castle structure, we don't have a lot of classrooms. So we'll be adding 3 of the iconic classrooms to the castle this afternoon. I am bound by time. Like I said, we have Temple this evening. So I'm going to go ahead, switch to the camera. We can talk about these and get right into the builds. So you can see here the 3 standalone classroom sets. We have the Charms class here, Professor Flitwick, Hermione and Ron. That one comes with 1 wizard portrait. We have the Potions class. This one comes with 2 wizard portraits. Snape, and he's teaching Pansy Parkinson of Slytherin House, along with Seamus Finnegan and Hermione. And then, of course, Herbology class, the greenhouse, is Professor Sprout with Neville and Hermione. So today is not about Harry Potter. Today is actually about Hermione because she's in all 3 of these classrooms. But it would make sense. Classes are her favorite things at Hogwarts. So that actually means she has more appearances across the castle than Ron will. But Percy has an appearance. Ginny's going to make an appearance Sunday. Strangely, Fred and George don't appear in any of the castle sets. I may have to get another set with them just so I can cannibalize them and put them in the castle project. But I may not because there's already a lot of students running around. So today's about these 3 add-on classrooms. The Charms class, I think, uses one of the small room, the modular room slots. The Potions class uses one of the bigger modular room slots. And then the Herbology class, being the greenhouse, is standalone and actually has an exterior. So let's go ahead and get right into it because I am limited on time today. We will start with the Charms class. Let's take a moment and appreciate the box. Okay, so here is the front of the box. And you can see it's a very simple build, just a little bit of wall and some classroom bits. And Professor Flitwick and 2 students. And here's the back of the box showing the room in its unfolded state. You can see there's actually a door into the classroom. That's the side I think that gets exposed when you put it in the modular slot. So these classrooms, unlike the modular rooms that actually come in the big structural units, these add-on rooms, like we saw with the room of requirement before, do fold up and actually have walls on the back. So to save time, we're not going to do the wizard portrait log every time we pull a portrait. We'll be pulling 3. We have 9 more total chances across the castle project, of which we will be pulling 3 of those portraits today. But we're not actually going to do the wizard checklist because I'm only missing 2. So I will let you know if I see either of those 2 today. I hope so. because we've only got 9 total chances left to find 2 more, but we'll see what happens with the wizarding portraits. And then I will update the log off camera, and then we will do the log properly when we do the over the weekend. We'll be doing another one of the all-day marathon streams to build the 3rd and final core section of the castle, which will be the east wing. We've already done the Great Hall and main tower. So anyways, let's go ahead and get right into Charms class. I've already talked too long, and like I said, we are time locked today. And I see this set is using the newer paper bags. So, ooh, ouch. Okay. 10 stickers on the sheet. That is a very high sticker per piece ratio, considering the set only has about 200 pieces. That's an ouch sticker to piece ratio, comparable to Speed Champions. We do have our paper instruction book, but you know what we do with those. And we have 3 numbered bags. And I can't see through the bags this time because they're the new paper style bags, which means they're the paper style bags, which means you have to be extra careful opening them to make sure you don't leave pieces behind. You actually have to feel out the bags after you dump them to make sure nothing's stuck in there. Let's go ahead and pull up our instructions. So here's the instructions for Charms class. And you can see Flitwick, Hermione, and Ron are going to be the featured characters in this set. So bag 1 is going to give us Professor Flitwick. And I thought I heard a piece drop, but I don't see it. I don't really have time for floor diving today. Let me just... Yeah, I did drop a piece. Okay, there it is. Let's get right into the build once I get this smaller bag open. So yeah, today's portions of Hogwarts Castle are apparently all about Hermione and not Harry. But that makes sense given it's the classrooms today. And these are actually, not counting Hagrid's hut in the Forbidden Forest, these are the last few of the standalone add-on sets. So once we build the 3rd core section of the castle this weekend, I'll be able to actually start putting the layout together. Like I said, I still need to do Hagrid's hut and the Forbidden Forest. Alright, let's find his head. And he'll be a one-sided head because he's bald with a beard. And we need to give him a wand. And he appears to be a dwarf. I remember he was short. Was he a gnome or was he a dwarf? I don't remember. He was one of the he was one of the little people races. I remember that, but I don't remember which one. So he has the short kid legs, even though he's a professor. So here is Professor Flitwick, our first character of the day. Camera went right to focus on this one. All right. Let's get right into the build now. No, I kept my beginning of the stream talking to only 10 minutes. I'm not normally constrained with a specific time I need to finish stream by, so I'm hoping that I've allowed myself enough time to do all 3 of the classrooms. Charms is actually the smallest of the 3 classrooms by piece count. I'm hoping that the 2 other classrooms I can breeze through just as efficiently. And by breeze through, I mean I'm still going to take the time and enjoy the builds, because this is Lego. I just want to make sure that the classrooms get done, because this is... I wouldn't even be doing this if I didn't have a time frame in mind for the project. I have other Lego projects I want to work on this summer, and July is going to be a little spotty for me, so I wanted to get this in this week. July got some crazy stuff going on, so especially at the end of the month. I am in... They did start the double points event at Lego, so I placed my order last night, and now I'm budget locked for a few weeks, which is okay because I still have quite the build queue, and I did buy a bunch of nice stuff there at the double points. I have some nice stuff coming, both for on the channel and some builds for me to do off the channel as relaxing builds that I do for myself. Sometimes I like to build Lego off camera, so I do try to get some sets for that purpose. I will say this first section of wall we put together looking really nice. This Charms classroom is going to look nice. Well, all the classrooms are going to look nice. But this one is surprising me so far, which is a good thing. When it comes to the classrooms and how they're going to fit into the layout, well, since these are add-on rooms, I have more rooms than I have slots. So what I'll probably do is I'll line some of these up along the back on the dollhouse side, so that the ones that don't have finished walls won't be visible from the exterior side, and I'll just line them up along the back there. Time for our first sticker, which will go on this piece here. Okay, so there's the stickers for this set are some panels with magical words on them. So here's this first one. I can't get my finger in there. A good way to show it. Let's do it like this. There you go. There's the sticker. And those are some random I think they're random magical words. It says Wormtail, Fidelius, Cave Inimicum Portus Nebulus. I hope I didn't wake up a demon somewhere. Alright, where is this gray piece? There it is. It was in the shadow of the part of the room we had already put together. We get another sticker now. And this sticker is just a fireplace. Easy sticker. We don't have to worry about maybe we do have to worry about waking a demon. This is the Charms classroom after all, but one of many fireplaces around Hogwarts. Interesting that this one's a sticker and not an actual build, since most of the fireplaces we've seen in Hogwarts so far have been small builds. And we're already going on our next sticker. Oh, this is a cool sticker detail here. Hey, that's a cool one. It goes over the fireplace. And those symbols around the book, that's the moon and star motif from the Dueling Club set. Interesting. It's interesting to see design motifs recur across the castle like this. So when it comes time to reveal the 3 wizarding portraits, 1 in this set, 2 in the potions class, I will let you know if it's one of the 2 that I still need. We have 12 different ones already, so we did pretty good with our first 18 pools, but we only have 9 chances left to get the last 2 of the collectible random portraits. I know exactly which 2 I'm looking for. I internalized their pictures, so I'll be able to recognize them on site, but we're not going to waste time on the checklist during stream today. It's only 3 pools, and like I said, we are bound by time today. Oh, forgot to mention, there was no brick separator, but I did pull aside the spare. Always make sure you have a brick separator on hand when you're going to build Lego. And we have a sticker, and that will do it for the bag once I get the sticker on. Oh, I see what's going on this sticker. I'm going to wait till I dump the next bag and then I'll show the sticker. Because this is one that I'm going to want to be able to hold up on camera and not fat finger. This is one you're going to want to see. So, let me go ahead and open up the next bag. So this bag will give us our Ron figure. This will be our first Ron Weasley. Actually, our only Ron Weasley for today. Yeah. So let's go ahead. So here's our wizarding portrait face down. I will reveal it when the instructions reveal it. But we're not going to do the checklists right now, like I said. He's holding a feather in one hand and a wand in the other. So let me get his accessories out. Where's the wand piece? So here is today's version of Ron Weasley. It's choosing not to focus right now. There it goes. And what else? Oh, I was going to show off the tile here that we stickered. This is the sticker we put on. You can see it's the 4 house animals. Very cool sticker there. One moment. Let's keep going. So my guess is if we're completing the structure on this bag, then bag 3 is probably all the classroom details. Okay, so here we're going to have some more of those magical words. Alright, so here's this sticker, which has some more of those magical words on it. Okay, this one says Reducio, Bombarda, Alberto, Padfoot, Quietus, Wingardium Leviosa, Obliviate, Flipendo, Nox, Parisium, no, Aparicium, Defindo, Avis, and Sonorous. So actually, these aren't random magical words. Most of these are the names of spells, and others of these are. We saw Padfoot, and on the other one we saw Wormtail. So these would be the names of some of Potter Senior's friends, James Potter's friends from the previous generation, mixed in with the names of some of the charm spells here. And we get one more of these word stickers here. And this one says Alohomora, Lumos, Scourgify, Axio, Mooney, Descendo, Confundo, Cantus, Revelio, Turgeo, and Gorgio, Prongs, Reparo, and Maflato. So a lot of the classic charm spells are on these word stickers here. And putting that one next to the other one, they're no longer looking lined up. So now I have to do a little bit of sticker maintenance to make sure my set looks good. Alright, better. So that's what those two bits of sticker look like next to each other. You can see they're not perfectly lined up, but they're better than they were. Now we got to keep going. something looks off to me. Yeah, that's all lined up as it should be. Oh, that's a me problem, not an instructions problem. I was misinterpreting the instructions there. There we go. We have another one of the Hogwarts house animals tiles here. Stickers tiles. There's that sticker one more time for the last time this build. It's a sticker, so probably for the last time period. But if I can get it to focus, let's see if we can find that sweet spot again. It's not doing it. And we really don't have time for playing with camera focus. But there it is. We tried. I tried to get that sticker to go one more time, but we got to move on with the build. Hey, it's a brick. So it looks like we're building a doorway into the classroom now. All right, we're almost done with the bag. And then there's one more bag for this first classroom. Time for our wizard portrait reveal. We got this one. Cute witch, but this is one of the duplicates. So we're still looking for those last two. We got 2 more chances in the potions classroom. And here is the door. And it's time for bag 3. Hermione also gets to hold a feather. This will be our first of 3 Hermiones today. So feathers. So maybe they're working on Wingardium Leviosa today. And being a girl student, she does get the skirt piece. We need a wand. Here's our first of 3 Hermiones today. And we also have a spam bot that I need to block here. And the spammer has been banned. Let us keep building now. So the first thing we're building is a little torch to go next to the fireplace there. So there's our torch. And this will just go right into the classroom. Now we're going to do some builds, so I'll let you look at the classroom while I do these builds. We're going to get our next sticker in a moment. Oh, I called it. Here's Flitwick's chalkboard, and it's showing very clearly how to cast the Wingardium Leviosa spell. Let's use the correct pieces. So it shows the blackboard going here over the fire. That's blocking the fireplace. Aww. When I do my display, I'll probably move it over to the side a little bit and put it under the window instead, because that's blocking the fireplace there. Such a pretty fireplace, and it's all blocked. Let me just see. Yeah. So this sticker is just some books. Interesting. Are we making some kind of subtle action feature here? We're having a bit of transparency pieces here. And then a thing that looks like it spins. And there's the other bit of the shelf sticker there. interesting. There's some interesting color blocking going on with this assembly. Another little candle. Okay, so here's what we just built, this little shelf section. Mostly just details, but if you tap on the back of it here, it causes the little feather in front to float up, like you're casting the Wingardium Leviosa spell. And it shows this going here by the window. Let's keep going. We're almost done here with the charms class. Okay, and here are 2 copies of the Wingardium Leviosa lesson tile that we have seen a couple other places in the castle. So here's a little student desk area with 2 copies of the Wingardium Leviosa lesson. Actually, it's slightly different from the other one. This is a different print for the same Wingardium Leviosa lesson that we've seen before. And that attaches in here like this. So this is what the charms classroom looks like as a whole. And this shows how you can fold it up to fit into the modular room slot. And this shows how you can put the students behind the desk and the professor standing on the shelf in the middle there. Here's an ad for the Great Hall and the Boathouse and the flying lesson. Here's an ad for, is that the, oh, that's this class, that's the charms class, and then the dueling club and the potion class. And that's the end of this first instruction book. We've been streaming just under an hour, so we made good pace on this first classroom here. This is the charms classroom. Professor Flitwick stands up there. There's a little thing to make the feather float. There's a desk there for 2 students. Chalkboard. Magic words. And of course you can close the whole thing up. And when you close it up, you also have here this door in the front. And since this room folds up with walls, you can actually you can open the door, and the way it's all you can actually make a closed corridor in your castle if you wanted to with the door closed. Let's set this aside and go right into the next classroom here, which is going to be the I'm actually going to do the Herbology class next. I'm swapping up the my pre-screened order a little bit. We're going to do Herbology now. So This is the Herbology class. You can see the students in this class are wearing the special greenhouse uniforms. They have special safety outfits they use in the greenhouses, not the normal student student uniforms. But we'll be doing the Herbology greenhouse now with Professor Sprout, Hermione, and Neville. The greenhouse tour uniforms are exclusive to this set. So if I wanted to actually fill this classroom, and give it more students, I'd have to go to Bricklink and place a custom order to get a few more of those special uniforms there. But there's the back of the box. This shows how you can close it and have it be the full greenhouse exterior, or you can open to see the classroom details. And actually, if you open it to see the classroom details from the front, it'll look like a double greenhouse. Alright, so let's get this open and get right into it. Oh, almost forgot the empty sticker sheet from the previous set. Now, I don't think there's a sticker sheet in this set. I think there is one in the potions class, though. So let's get right into this. Okay, this is another paper bag set. No sticker. I don't see a sticker sheet. Here is the paper instructions. Of course, you know we don't need those on this channel, so we'll put that right there. So this will be a 4-bag set. No sticker sheet. Let's get right into it. So here is our Herbology instructions. Let's get right up to it. Now these next two classrooms, they're a little bit more substantial than the Charms class in terms of piece count. So I'm hoping I'm not rushing to finish the last one. But I think I allotted enough time. I've got a little less than 4 hours, I think, before we have to rush out of here. Okay, let's go right into it. So this first bag actually starts with 2 of the figures. We're going to start with Professor Sprout. She is the greenhouse instructor in charge of all the magical plants at Hogwarts. That's clearly the student head there. I think. Yeah, this head has subtle old lady wrinkles on it. This will be our Professor Sprout. And let's get her wand out. So here is Professor Sprout, the Herbology professor. She's also in charge of all the plants in the greenhouse. And we'll just sit her right into the lineup there. And now we also get our first of 2 students in this set. He also gets the earmuffs piece, Oh, we're doing the Mandrake scene. That's why he has the earmuff piece. So I'll give him the slightly worried, concentrated face. And of course, he needs to get his wand. Here is the Neville in his Herbology outfit. The safety gear for the magical plants. Let's see, there it goes. No stickers in the set, but no wizard portraits either. We'll still get 2 more chances before we're done here. Now this is not one of the modular rooms. This is its own thing. It has a full exterior. The greenhouse is sat to the side of the castle, not inside it. Kind of attached to one of the sections, if I remember correctly. But this is not a modular room, slide-out room. It's its own thing. It's its own structure. Okay, I placed that stud incorrectly. Let's fix that real quick, because that's a structural stud there. I can already see, we're only 1 bag in, and I can already see some cool pieces in this parts pile. Well, you know what I think we're building? I think we're building the Mandrake table. Yeah, because here they are. Here, let's see if I can get this to show on camera, because it's such a small piece. Here is the Mandrake. They give you 3 of these. And here's what the Mandrake looks like sitting in its pot. Let's go ahead and get all 3 of the Mandrakes put together and on the table here. One more. So there's our Mandrakes all sitting in a row there. Alright, so now it looks like we're going to make another little accessory table here. And this one will have some, I think, plants that I don't remember, unfortunately. But it looks like this will be another little accessory table. So the next 3 bags, I guess, are the actual structure. So I don't remember what any of these plants are, so sorry about that. But they're all magical plants. These aren't normal things that you'll find in your mother's garden. And, well, if you do find these in your mother's garden, well, you might be a wizard. And then a couple more potted plants that I don't immediately recognize, but they do look cool. Here's this one. And this one is a similar texture, so this might be related or a baby version of that last one. I'm not sure. There's that other second plant there. This one comes with a little bit of a scissor as its table accessory there. And it's time for bag 2. Oh, but let me show you the 2 little tables first. So the first bag was just making the 2 little tables. We have the Mandrake table here, and then this table, which features a bunch of plants that I don't recognize. I mean, I kind of recognize them, I don't remember their names. And I'll just leave them at the front of the table so you can enjoy those while we go through the build here. Looks like we'll see some more plants integrated into the structure itself. Makes sense, it is the greenhouse after all. All right, let's get right into it. Lots of little green pieces in this parts pile. That's to be expected from a plant theme set. Question is, where's the specific green pieces that I'm actually looking for? Right there. Hiding under a not green piece. Okay. There's a piece that I'm having trouble finding in this pile. There it is. At least there's no stickers in this set. So here's a little bit of a water pool. Or I should say a water feature. It's not really a pool. Maybe a little fountain that Professor Sprout will use to water the plants. There's a little flower floating in the water feature, and there's a little frog sitting on the edge here. So we do actually get to add to our Hogwarts animal collection today. I didn't even realize that there was a frog in here. But here's the water feature we'll be adding, and there's the little frog on front there, and a pretty pink flower in the water there. Looks like we're putting in some detailing that's going to become plants. We're putting in some green work right now. And here's some garden tools. So here's some garden tools in the first greenhouse window there. The first of many windows on this greenhouse, probably. But more importantly, the tools. And now we just got to put together 4 more of those windows. Okay, so the greenhouse has its first few windows there. Let's keep going with the structure now. Interesting. Okay. So this will be the part that allows the greenhouse to open up. So the other wall is going to be on the other side of this hinge here. Yeah, probably in the next bag. My guess is the next bag is going to be the other wall, and then the last bag is going to be the roof. That's my guess on how this is going to proceed, but again, just a guess. That was not supposed to happen. I see where it fell. Give me a moment to recover the piece that fell. Do a little bit of recovery on the pieces that fell apart here. Oh shoot. I'm going to make an aesthetic rearrangement here. I see mold marks on these windows, so I'm going to line up all the mold marks the same, facing the same way. It'll make my greenhouse look a little bit better that way. Mold marks are just a thing from the plastic manufacture process. And almost all the Lego pieces have an obvious one somewhere. Alright, with that, the mold marks are all facing the same way, so let's finish the repairs and keep going with the build here. So it's cool how it uses these dinosaur bone pieces to create the half arches, because the greenhouse is going to open up, and the greenhouse has these the Hogwarts greenhouse has these distinctive arch base assembly. So when the building opens up, having the arches represented by these dinosaur bones will allow it to split in half without any connections. So here we're building a big plant. Looks like one of the carnivorous plants of some type. Oh, and it's this plant, the body of this plant is represented by a, oh, that's a cool use of the, one of the types of skirt pieces as a plant head there. And then these clip pieces hold the skirt in place on the leaves and also serve as the plant's teeth interesting detail there. So now you put this piece on the back here, and this will allow the plant to connect in. And then if you line up the leaves against the flowers down there, it looks like one continuous plant. So there's the carnivorous plant we just put in. And now we're going to hang some more plants. Which connection point does this go on? Looks like the main one. Okay. So now we're basically filling up this wall with plant work. All right. And of course, a couple lamps, because what Hogwarts structure is complete without a couple of lamps? Very simple lamp for the greenhouse there. That's what that looks like. Just got to do one more of those, and then I think that does it for bag 2. Yeah, now we're going to go into bag 3. So here is the first wall of the greenhouse there. I'll set that over here behind the instructions. And we can move on to bag 3. So yeah, bag 3 looks like more structural stuff. There are more green parts, so there'll be more plant detailing as well. Structurally, this should be very similar to the other wall, but there will be some variance in the details, of course. Okay, so we're actually getting a little bit of a mushroom on this side. Interesting. Okay, so the reason this one's doing something different, it looks like we're actually going to be building a small tree inside this one. This looks like, I wasn't sure what these brown bits were, but they look like the shape of tree roots. So it's a tree growing through the wall of the greenhouse from the looks of it. after we finish the greenhouse, before we go into the potions classroom, I think we'll take a break because we haven't had one yet to stream. And we'll be past the 2 hour mark by the time I finish this Herbology greenhouse. I usually take breaks a little bit quicker than this, but I'm trying to pace myself so we can get through all three classrooms before I have to hard stop. So this bag is going together a little bit quicker than the previous one so far. Keyword being so far. You never know when I might hit a little hiccup. All right, one more window. Yeah. Okay, one more of those column sections. That one goes in there. And then we get another one of these mushrooms, a slightly taller one. And then one more mushroom. Oh, I see another animal hiding in this parts pile. We're definitely going to take a stretching break after this classroom, but I can make it through to the end of the classroom first. We're not going to break after the bag and leave an unfinished project. I'll straighten that up in a moment. There we go. All right, here's the other half of the two arches. Okay, so there's going to be one of these orange fruits on this next plant piece. And we're also going to have a little spider also crawling on this plant down here. And that'll bring us almost through to the completion of this parts pile. We have a few structural pieces left after we put this plant together. So here's this plant with the spider and the fruit on it. And I'm going to mount that. So the plants were a bit simpler to put together on this side of the greenhouse. Still cool, but not quite as advanced. And then the plant's going to get one more fruit added onto it like this. I may have done something wrong on the other one here, if they're all facing the same way. I may have one of the arches on the other greenhouse facing the wrong way. That was not supposed to happen, obviously. Let's see, what did I drop? Actually, no, it looks like I might have all the arches facing the correct way, which is good. That means we don't have to do any surgery. Yeah, everything's facing the same way. We're good. Okay, so the two greenhouse walls are together, and it's time to do the last bag and put a roof on our greenhouse here. And there's plenty of room in the middle of the room for these two work tables here. So we're going into the last bag of the greenhouse here, which is going to give us our final character for this set, who will be Hermione in the greenhouse safety gear, the safety outfit. You have to be extra careful with the paper bags to make sure you're getting all the parts out. You have to feel them out after you dump them. No skirts in this classroom. It's a safety thing. Let's find the wand here. Oh, I didn't show you the inside wall for that second side there. Here, let me show you real quick before we move on to another section here. So there's the second wall. There's the other half of the greenhouse there. You can see the tree detail makes up the back side there. And of course here is Herbology Hermione. And with that, let's get right into bag 4 here. Okay, I see how it's going. I see there's a lot of windows in this bag. So we're probably going to get a second layer of windows here. Not too much else though. This bag should go reasonably quickly. That's cool. I don't remember there being dragon head decorations on the greenhouse, but here we are. I see several of them in this parts pile, and umbrellas as well. So yeah, when we finish this bag, that will finish the greenhouse. We'll take our break. We'll come back. We'll do potions. And then it'll be pretty close to time to go, I think. Very solid roof shaping going on here. I like what I see. Oh, I see what's going to happen here. All these windows in my parts pile, they are the roof. They're going to be what lets the sunlight in for the plants to grow. Clever. Okay. some more windows. We just hit the 2-hour marker stream. By the time I finish this greenhouse roof, we'll be at basically 2 hours past the talking bit at the start of stream. So 2 hours for the first 2 classrooms. Interesting use of the telescope and umbrella pieces for some roof detail shaping. All right, there's one side of the greenhouse roof done. Let's keep going with it now. Alright, so I'm guessing we have one more roof section to put in, and then a couple little finishing detail bits, and then we'll be done with our Herbology greenhouse. Alright, here's the last of these window roof sections, and then we just have a little detailing bit to close up the middle there. Some more of these dragon heads to go around. So this big tree actually grows through the roof of the greenhouse. That's interesting. That's cool. That's cool how that tree grows out from the roof there. That's why there's a missing window roof piece there. But there's the roof of our greenhouse there. You can see the tree growing through the top there. And again, here is the let's turn the instructions off. And here's the ads again. This time showing not just the Great Hall, but the main tower as well, and the boathouse. And here's the flying lesson and the Herbology greenhouse we just did. And here is, that's the charms class, the dueling club, and the potions class. Alright, let's turn the instruction book off. And let's take a look here. So here is the inside of the greenhouse when it's open. And you can see all the magical plants inside. And then here's what the outside of the greenhouse looks like when it's open. And then it can be closed up like that. I may actually put in my layout closed like that, just because it might take up a little less space that way. So that's what the greenhouse looks like. And now I can if I can do this without breaking, I can clip these two work tables inside the room. Okay. And when I clip the two work tables inside the room, it still closes up nicely. So there it is with the two work tables attached. And there it is. Very nice. I'll open that up. And I'll bring back the Charms classroom and open that up. So you have some visual interest while I take a very quick break. We're about 2 hours into build time. If you count the talk time at the beginning of stream, we've built for about 2 hours. And when we come back, we will build this potions classroom. So I'll leave open the two builds that we've already done so you can enjoy what they look like while I go take a quick break. Sorry about that. Break was actually a little bit longer than I was planning. Never underestimate the importance of a good bio break during a long stream. Anyway, so, oh, that was that was an over 10-minute break. I'm sorry. We need to get back to it if we're going to finish on time, I think. So first steps here, let's go ahead and close up Herbology. And, oh, I dropped a piece off of Herbology. Let me fix that real quick. But let's close up Herbology and Charms and take them off screen so we can focus on potions. Once I get this piece fixed, there it goes back in. Alright, those are off screen, ready to be shown again at the end of stream. And we can focus now on the potions classroom. This is Snape's class. And this one will come with Snape, Pansy Parkinson from Slytherin's house, and then Seamus and Hermione from Gryffindor. We also get 2 wizard portraits in this set. And then after this, we'll only have 6 more chances across the rest of the project to pull the last 2 if we don't pull either of them here. So let's see what happens. But here's the back of the box. All right, let's get right into it. Cool. It looks like there's a couple pieces in here representing exploding potions. There's a heart-shaped potion in the back. Oh, wow, this is going to be a fun one. Let's get right into it. We're back to the old plastic bags for this one. Okay. We do have a sticker sheet. 14 stickers. There's bag 1. We want to keep bag 1. So 4 bags for this one. Sticker sheets at the ready. The paper instructions. Now let's come up here and pull up the instructions we're actually going to be using. And we are ready to get right into this final classroom. And doing the classrooms today means that after we build the 3rd core section of the castle this weekend, which will be an all-day marathon stream, we'll be ready to put the castle together. We still have to do Hagrid's Hut and the Forbidden Forest next week, but all the castle structures themselves will be done once we finish the East Wing over the weekend. So bag 1, we're going to start with our 2 Gryffindor students, Hermione and Seamus, and it looks like they're gonna actually share the same wand color, which means they actually get the same wand piece. Finally, we have an unwasted wand. I think this is only the 2nd time so far we've seen that in this castle project. Most of the time everybody gets an extra wand. But there was one other set where 2 of the characters shared the wand mold. Of course, Hermione's a girl, so she gets the skirt piece. And they both have the short first-year legs. All the students in these 3 classrooms have the short first year legs. And the torsos are the same because they're both Gryffindor. Let's make sure I'm using correct hair pieces. And let's get the wand. So here, what's going on? Looks like I got another pop up there. All right. Here is Hermione number 3. Hermione number 3 for today, and who knows how many total for the castle so far. We've already seen her a few times. But then again, Hermione is the best student, so it makes sense that she would be in all the classrooms. Now let's do Seamus. And this will be his only appearance in the Hogwarts Castle. I think. I don't think he's in any of the other sets. I know Dean Thomas appears twice, but I think this is the only appearance of Seamus in the castle. And where did his headpiece go? It rolled off the table. I got it. So for him, we have a choice between Smiley or Potion exploded on his face. Actually, it'd be funny to have a classroom mishap. I haven't really done the classroom mishap face for anybody so far, so we can do that for him. Let's get his wand. Here's Seamus with the potion exploded in his face. Actually, because I'm not sure how I'm going to be setting the scene, I'm going to set him back to his neutral regular face. I can always change it up later when making my display if I decide to do that sequence. So there he is. Now let's come over here and begin the build. So this is one of the modular classrooms. I think this is the bigger size one. I think this is the only add-on bigger size one because the Room of Requirement and the Charms class are these smaller size modular rooms. If there's time at the end, maybe we'll go over the wizard's checklist, but only if I pull one of the 2 new ones. That's still a maybe, though. It depends on time. This first bag's going together pretty quickly, which is a good thing because we are time locked today, and I want to leave time to. I want to try to leave a few minutes so I can eat some food before we go over to temple. Okay, so here is a double-sided sticker panel. One side is just a brick wall representing, I think potions class is down in the dungeons portion of Hogwarts. So here's the two stickers we just put on. Here's the brick wall sticker. And over here on this side is a chalkboard showing potion ingredients. If I can get it to focus. There we go. So this is a chalkboard showing how to mix a potion. Now we keep going with the assemblies here. That's a little, there we go, it's out. Interesting. So I think what we're looking at here is Professor Snape's master big cauldron at the front of the room. And then we'll also have a little cauldron pieces for the students. And here is our first potion of the day. Again, I'm not going to even try to identify all the different potions. But this is a nice piece. It's the dual molding, which makes it look like there's actually liquid in the container. Very nice potions bottle there. And now we have a little bit of a 2x build. I almost turned the page and skipped a step, but I caught it, so we didn't do that. We didn't skip anything. So it looks like we're making student desks here. There's a cauldron. There is a lesson tile. An ink pot. And a fork and a spoon. Little tiny fork and spoon for mixing here. So let me go ahead and finish prepping the other student desk, and we will proceed. So here's what the student desks look like. There's two of these. There's a cauldron. There's a lesson tile showing how to mix a potion. And then an ink pot with quill. And then over here, a fork and a spoon for mixing the potion. And it shows these going into... Oh, I see. That's what those jumpers are for. So the desks will go in front, will go into the room like that. And then it's time for bag 2. Bag 2 will begin with our Slytherin student for the class, Pansy Parkinson. I think she was Draco's girlfriend for a while. I can't remember. It's been a little while. It looks like this part of the classroom will also contain the part of the wall that has the door for the classroom. So like Charm's class, this classroom does self-contain and close up. And there's an animal piece in here as well. So let's start here. So we're going to start with Pansy Parkinson. And of course, girl students get the skirt piece with their school uniform. We will give her the frowny face, because if I remember correctly, she was a bit of a bully, just like Draco. So, like the other Slytherin students that we see prominently in the story, We can make her a little bit of a meanie. Now let's get the wand. And here's Pansy Parkinson. All right, let's continue building our. I'll let this stay out because it's small. The room is still small, so I'll let this stay over here. Okay, so the potions classroom, being down in the dungeons like it is, has some creepy crawlies, like the spider here. Spider hiding in the basement of the castle there. Not the first, I must say. Alright, so here's the classroom door. Same door we saw in the charms class. If I can get it. If I can get this piece to attach, there we go. There's the door. And there's the door inside the door frame. Okay, so right now we're doing some more structural things for this portion of the room here. There's that. Oh, I just realized our first wizard portrait is in this parts pile, but it's already face down, so there it is, ready for the reveal when the instructions say to do so. Okay, we're just about done with bag 2 here. Just a couple pieces left to put on. And then we got 2 more bags. And that should do it for the classrooms. Time to do 2 stickers and then reveal the first of 2 mystery portraits in this set. These archway stickers are all the same. There's 6 of them total for the set. So we have another whole wall section to do still. This is what the arch sticker looks like. I can't get you a better view without the fingers because we're out of studded pieces right now. But there's going to be 6 of these total across the set. Gotta do the other one. And then we reveal our mystery portrait. And then it's time for bag 3. All the arch stickers, all 6 of them are exactly the same. So let's check out our portrait. It's another duplicate, but a different duplicate from the one we got earlier. I am definitely pulling a lot more witches than wizards when it comes to these mystery portraits. So we have 1 more chance today, and then 6 more chances before the project is done to pull the last 2. Meanwhile, let's get this center studded and lined up. There we go. So this is what we have so far. And you can see the wall we just put together with the door, the arch stickers, and the portrait there. The center section of the classroom there with the student desks and the master cauldron. Bag 3 will give us the potions master, Professor Snape. This will be his second of 3 appearances in the castle project. He'll also be making an appearance Sunday when we do the East Wing. The very first Snape minifigure back in whatever year it was. So full on angry or just the slightly angry? We'll go slightly angry for this one. He doesn't need to be in full on rage mode for casual teaching. And he of course needs to get his wand. And here is the potions master, Professor Snape. And he'll go into our character lineup here. you guys can look at this. I'll put this over here on this side. You can look at that a little bit while I work on this next section over here. So now it looks like we're building up the other side of the wall for this room. Because this room, like Charms, does close up. I'm only seeing one of those pieces. I hope I didn't mess that up because it was showing me one more piece than was actually in the picture. So, one goes there, and then this one will go here. We just passed the 3-hour mark of stream. We still got a bit of time before I have to think about getting ready to go here, so we're still good. I think we're on track to finish the classrooms. Without having to rush too much. Okay. Now it's time to, alright, I need to be able to see what I'm doing. So you'll be seeing the back wall of the classroom for a little bit. So now we're doing an assembly. This looks like it's going to be a potion shelf because we've got a bunch of multicolored transparent pieces here. And here's that little potion shelf I just put together. And this will go here. All right. Okay, that's on there. And then we do another one of the arch stickers. I've already showed you what that looks like, so won't hold it to the camera again because they're all the same, the arch stickers. I'm trying to just make sure it lines up okay. All right. Okay, so that must be some kind of potion mixing machine there. So here's some kind of potion mixing machine right there. Oh, this is cool. Here's a heart-shaped potion. And of course we have a standard cup here. That's for drinking the potions. But that's just a standard Lego cup that just decided to slip out of my hands. And then a standard wall torch. This one's smaller than the others in the castle though, so I'm not going to try to hold it up to the camera. I'm just going to pop it in. So this looks like another student desk, but this one does not appear to have a cauldron. There isn't even a cauldron in the parts pile. We still have one more parts pile though, so. It is the same potion lesson tile and quill though. So there's this desk here. It has the same lesson tile that we saw earlier. Based on its position, facing opposite the rest of the class, that could be Snape's desk. And now it's time to do bag 4. This is the final classroom bag. And then, of course, we still have the big East Wing build. That's going to be an all-day marathon build. And the Hagrid's Hut and the Forbidden Forest to finish the grounds. I do see our final mystery portrait for today. I will set it aside till the instructions call for it, and then we will reveal it. All right, let's keep going. Here's another double-sided sticker panel. So the exterior side of the sticker is another brick wall, but this time with spider webs. And then it looks like the classroom side of the sticker is going to be another a representation of another shelf. So here's the outside of the room. And this is the sticker that's going to appear inside the room. And this one goes here. since this is a 3 times build, I may as well build all 6 of these little units so I can do the rest of the bit efficiently. Alright, sorry I stopped talking. I'm just trying to make sure I get done with everything on time. I haven't looked at a clock. I'm scared too, so let me just... But yeah, this is definitely a really cool looking classroom. I like this one. It'll make a nice addition to my castle. And now we need to build 3 of these sections. And since the build's in front of me, I may as well attach them as I do them. Alright, 1 more of those. It looks like mostly we just have detail bits left to finish off this room. Alright, we get 3 more of the arch tiles. Arch stickers. We get 3 more of the arch stickers. Alright, 1 more of the arch stickers. And then it looks like there's still 4 little tiny ingredient stickers left on the sheet. So I'm not done with stickers quite yet. But at least the arches are finally going to be done once I do this one. Alright. So the top of the potions room is now tiled off. And we can start filling the room with detail, starting with this yellow potion. And now it looks like we're building a little workbench area or shelf or something. Here's some more of these transparent round bricks in different colors. Yeah, so it looks like we're making a little work table here. Okay, so we're making ingredients containers now. That's what these 4 little stickers are for. I'm going to put the stickers on the ingredient containers and then I'll probably fill them up a little bit later. I'll set the pieces aside for them because otherwise they're going to spill out as we move things around when showing things off. So these represent different potion ingredients. I'm just setting them aside because they're loose in the containers in the instructions. I want to make sure I'm not accidentally spilling tiny pieces that can get lost so easily. Alright, last of the little ingredients holders to put together here. Oof, this one sticker. Very crooked compared with the others. And I know it's just a container label, so it doesn't really matter, but it was noticeably bad. Okay, they're not all perfectly straight or whatever, but it's good enough and they're not noticeably bad. So these are our ingredients containers. And these little bits that I just set off to the side will be added into them after stream. And with that, the sticker sheet is empty. And we are done with stickers for today. But I still have a couple pieces in front of me here. So it says to reveal the mystery portrait. Another duplicate. So we still have 6 chances left across the project to find the 2 that I'm still missing. We'll have 4 in the East Wing. And then we'll have 2 more chances in Hagrid's hut. And that's it. Hopefully we can pull those last 2 and not have to bricklink for missing ones. So now it looks like the 2 student potion cauldrons get exploding potions. One's in this purple. Oh, they're not actually studded at the bottom. They just hold their place. And then we have this green exploding potion here. And they use the same piece as that one blobby plant we saw in the room of requirement and the greenhouse, except these are transparent instead of being in a plant color. So that closes up like this, and then the rest of the potions room. Oh, no, that's supposed to stay attached. Oh, if you fold it, it separates off. It's not supposed to, though. So if you fold it like this, then the whole thing closes up. So this shows the Great Hall and the Boathouse, the Owl Tower, and that's the potions class we just did. And oh wow, it's actually an hour earlier than I actually thought it was, which means we're not rushing at all. And we actually, let me show off potions let me show off potions and then we'll talk. So you open it up and there's the whole classroom. You can see all the details of the classroom, various supplies, shelves, the ingredient jars, potion jars, two mystery portraits, the arches, the door, the master cauldron in the front of the room, the exploding potions in the student cauldrons. But this whole thing closes up and can slide into one of the classroom modules. You can even see through the windows. So it's obvious looking at this from the outside that this is going to be the potions room. And there's our little spider friend. But before I actually open up all the classrooms to show them, it's an hour earlier than I thought it was and I'm not in a rush. I actually have time for a bonus build. So we're going to do one more of the small sets here. You can see from the box this one's really tiny. This is the sorting hat accessory pack depicting the sorting ceremony at when Harry first comes to Hogwarts. So we will actually get to see Harry Potter today. And since he is the main character, we'll make Harry the one in the hat. There's also a little spinner for house sorting and a little table for the feast and the house points indicators there. So we're going to see Hermione again and Harry and Draco. Draco's going to make an appearance. And Professor McGonagall will be the professor overseeing the sorting ceremony. So let's get ready to get into this one final set for today. So there's the front of the box. And I forgot to show the back of the box. So it's 4 characters and 3 little builds there. Basically, it's it's what Star Wars fans would call a battle pack, because you get 4 characters and some small builds. There isn't even a room. These are all little accessory bits. These are meant to go in the Great Hall, but I think I'll have to display them around the Great Hall because I want to keep the Great Hall's default feasting tables. So there's the paper instructions, which we don't need. What we do need are our little instructions up here in the corner, and we can go ahead and get started. There's actually 3 numbered bags to this one. So we're going to start with bag 1. And bag 1 is the bag that actually contains the sorting hat. So our character in bag 1 is Harry, but we're actually going to put the sorting hat on his head, not his hairpiece. And we'll show him in concentration because he does have the hat on his head. We'll take the hairpiece, we'll set it aside with our potions ingredients. And then we will take the hat and we will put the sorting hat on his head. If I can get the stud to line up. There we go. And there's sorting hat Harry. Oh, and we still have to give him a wand, don't we? Yeah, he does get a wand here. Only one student so far has come without a wand. And that's not from today's sets. So here's Sorting Hat Harry complete, holding his wand. Let's get a focus in there. This is actually one of 3 appearances of the Sorting Hat through the castle as a whole. So let's go ahead and... So it looks like bag 1 is going to be our build for the sorting spinner. Yeah. And these builds will go together pretty quickly. I'll probably even have time to eat before we have to leave for temple. I didn't realize that I was an hour ahead of schedule. Actually, way back when, 20 years ago, when Lego Harry Potter started, there was a sorting hat set, which worked on a spinner. So it's nice to see kind of a modern evolution of that. All right. So let's put the spinner onto the spinner base. And let's get sorted. So you can see here the shiny house emblem tiles there. Let's get ourselves sorted. It looks like we're going to Slytherin. We're between houses. Hufflepuff. Gryffindor. Slytherin. Alright, let's hold it up straight. Maybe it'll spin better. Let's see. Alright, counting. Those don't count. Counting from here. Let's see how many tries it takes to hit Ravenclaw, my house. And let's actually put it on the table so it's straight. We're between houses. It landed in the middle. Middle tries we're not going to count. It landed on Gryffindor there, so one attempt. It landed on Slytherin, so that's 2 attempts. Slytherin again, that's 3 attempts. Ooh, the spinner seems to be weighted towards Slytherin there, but there's another Gryffindor landing. Let's not count. Let's just spin until we hit Ravenclaw. I could do this all day, but I don't have all day. There's Slytherin again. Gryffindor again. Gryffindor. Oh, it was between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. I don't think I should count it, though, because it wasn't actually pointing at the... There's Slytherin. Alright, we finally hit Ravenclaw, so let's move on. Let's go into bag 2 now. And this is absolutely positively the last set for today. Because, okay, so we're gonna get 2 of the characters here. And a very special piece for the castle project. We're gonna get our Draco figure. And it looks like these 2 share a wand. And I just flicked his head across my desk. Hold on. That was almost a disaster. I'll give him the surprised face for this. Actually, let's give him the confident smile. He knows he's going to be a Slytherin, like his family before him. He's carrying on his wealthy family's traditions there. And he gets a wand. And we get another fancy hat piece for McGonagall there. She just has a standard witch's hat, but still, that's 2 fancy hat pieces in one set. So there's Draco. He doesn't have his Slytherin badge yet because he's still pre-sorting. And I haven't pushed the legs on all the way. There he is. Draco. He knows he's going to be Slytherin, but it's not official quite yet. Now let's do McGonagall. McGonagall and Snape each have 3 appearances in the castle. But they're key professors in Harry's story, so... And she's happy to meet all the new first years, so we'll give her the happy face. And then we'll put the hat on. It looks like they also share a wand bit. So let's put her wand up. And I just knocked her hat off. So there's the McGonagall. And Professor McGonagall is ready to sort the students. And before we continue on to do the bag 2 build, There's one more little animal figure in here to show off. And this is the cat Patronus figure. The Patronus figures are really cool. There's going to be 4 of them in the castle project as a whole. We've already revealed a wolf one on the hospital wing set. And the sorting hat set here contains this beautiful cat Patronus. And I'm trying to get the camera to focus, but even if it does, it probably won't pick up the sparkly effect that these Patronus figures have. But yeah, it's what Lego calls opalescent or pearlescent translucent, which means it has the sparkles in it. And we're going to have one more Patronus in the East Wing, and then one of the Forbidden Forest sets has a Patronus in it. So we're going to have 4 of them. There's also several Harry Potter sets I don't have that aren't part of this castle project. And those, there's Luna's house has one. The Potions Cauldron has one. And the Dumbledore Book Nook has one. I think that's all of them, but I'm not 100% sure. So at the time, I know of 7 Patronus figures. But only 4 of them are part of this project. Oof. So we're making a table here. So we just passed the 4-hour mark of stream. Once we finish the sorting hat, we're going to recap and head out so I can get ready for temple. That's a cool fruit arrangement. And we also get a piece of meat. And some drinks. Gotta have drinks as part of the feast. Probably butterbeer, you never know. So we have this little table, and then we have this table with the feast. That's making me get hungry. I think I'm getting enough time left over to actually eat before I get ready for temple. So let's take one Let's take one more look at this beautiful feast here. Yeah, that's definitely making me hungry. But we still have one more little build to do. We still have to do bag 3. Bag 3 will give us our final character of the day, who, by the way, is going to be Hermione number 4 for today. And let's get the final wand of the day. So I'm not going to pull out the wizard portrait tracker at the end of stream because we only got duplicates tonight. Or I should say today. It's not night yet. And all the duplicates were witches. We didn't get any duplicate wizards. So we're definitely pulling more witch portraits than wizard portraits. But there's Hermione number 4, our final character for today. Can we get a focus? It tried there. Did you see that camera bounce? Whatever. Let's just get her into the lineup. And we got 14 characters today and 3 animals. The animals are lurking out in their classrooms except for this Patronus cat here. Let's actually get another look at that Patronus cat while I still have the means to hold it to the camera. These Patronus figures are beautiful. Alright. We should put together this last little build. So this last little build is going to be the house points tracker. So this will be the Hufflepuff bottle. Alright, this one will be the Gryffindor one. Here is the Ravenclaw bottle. and of course the Slytherin bottles. Oh. There's a stud to fill in the gap there. And with that, we are done with today's builds. So we can take our brick separator. This was a spare. None of the sets today came with one. And we'll set that to the side. Here's some more ads. Great Hall, Main Tower, Herbology, Flying Lesson, and the Hospital Wing. Sorting Hat, and that might be the Charms class there. No, that's... Is that Charms? I think that's the Charms class. And over here we see Luna's house, the Potions Cauldron, and then of course the Hospital Wing and the Sorting Hat ceremony, which we did for the Hogwarts project. So let's turn the instructions off. So here's the house points. Here's the house points meters. One more look at that beautiful feast table. And spare bits for the potion ingredients. Harry's hair, because he's wearing the hat right now. And of course, here's our sorting spinner. I could do this all day, but that one did land closest to Ravenclaw there on the bottom. That's a cool toy. I could spin that all day. Alright. Flitwick, Ron, Hermione, Sprout, Neville, Hermione, Seamus, Pansy, Snape, Harry with the hat, Draco, McGonagall, and Hermione again, and little cat Patronus. We also got 2 spiders and a frog elsewhere in the builds. So here we have the potions room. Let's go ahead and we'll get everything on display here. We have here the charms room. It's not going to be perfect. I won't be able to get everything quite out. And of course we have the Herbology greenhouse. Which I may display closed because it'll take up a little bit less space in my layout, I think. And that's what the inside looks like with all the plants, the 2 work tables. But I'm just going to display it. I'm just going to put it in the closing spread closed like this. Let's see. Herbology is blocking out charms. Charms and potions really need to try to be open here. Now, none of these is particularly tall, meaning it'll be easy for me to reach over and type the raid. What if I spread these out a little bit in front of the different classrooms? I'll tell you what we'll do with the little table here. That's meant for whoever's being sorted, but we'll put the little patronus up there. Yeah, that's cute like that. And we'll put the sorter over on this end. We'll put our house points on that end. Our little feast table in the middle here. We'll put potions over here. And our little herbology. I'll open up a little bit, I guess. Like that. Yeah, you can kind of see everything. It's a little cluttery the way I did it here, but it's fine. These are just the classrooms. They're going to be hiding around the back of the castle anyway for the most part. Alright, let's see who there is to raid. This is going to very much be a raid and run for me. Oh, Liv is on. And I think she was the one who was collecting Lego people of all her viewers. We're going to attempt to raid Liv Harris. She's a musician. I think she's English. This will very much be a raid and run, but it will take me a few minutes to clean up, so I got time for a song or two. Okay, so we're raiding out. This was fun. I'll see you this weekend so we can build the East Wing, which is the third of the 3 core sections of the castle. That'll be an all-day stream, which I think we're doing Sunday because we're going to a show on Saturday. So Sunday we'll be here all day building the East Wing of Hogwarts Castle. And then all that's left after that is to build Hagrid's hut in the Forbidden Forest. So have a good night. It was fun adding the classrooms to our project. Have a good night, and I will see you soon. Good night. Good night.
Hi, Uncle Evie, welcome in. How's it going? Thanks for the raid. Fish, could you just shut up?